Test, test. I think it's working now. So I'm very blown out. Got so many issues today. Got too much light on me. Or that in the background. There we go. Still kind of bright, eh? This guy. What do you think, Benny? Shall we start our stream? I think so. Okay. Welcome to the studio, everybody. It is the holidays. I had started off, I was singing earlier, but, well, the mic wasn't working, so that stuff only happens spontaneously. I can't, just start singing again. I'm not going to. No. Gotta have proper working technology. It's just, you know, maybe if you liked and subscribed, left a comment, we can get some of my views going, and who knows, maybe we can get monetization for the channel a little sooner, and I can afford some new equipment. So, sorry, I can already tell there's too much snark there. Okay, what was I... Today's stream, it's gonna be an interesting one. I can feel it already. Chaotic energies today. We're gonna make some Christmas decorations. Try to get us back on track here. Okay. Christmas trees. Let's make one. I've grabbed some crafting materials, a couple cereal boxes here, and a whole bunch of... Let me just turn my music down here. It's like probably looping. I'm sorry for that. Okay. Cereal boxes. Construction paper. A lot of it. I've got varying different colors of green. And then I have got some grays, which will be used to kind of create more undertones, shadows in the foliage of our Christmas tree. And same with these yellows, but kind of highlights the opposite direction. So these together will create, hopefully, a very weird kind of probably be distant from realistic, but it's going to be a very painterly kind of tree sculpture, paper sculpture. Okay? Still on board with me? I hope so. Okay. I've also got I've got a stapler, some masking tape. This will be used to help form our Christmas tree once we've carved it out of this. Carving our tree, sort of like a turkey, with a knife, probably not, no, with a pair of scissors. And then, of course, we have my favorite friend, Bond. We bond really well. We're going to use that to really solidify the tree. So the staples are going to be there to create the hold. The glue will be there to secure it forever. Okay? First up, let's open these up. So I'm thinking that we're going to do the classic standing tree, where you kind of create two planes and they intersect together. But maybe instead of 2, we do 8. That way I just have a little bit more structure to put my green foliage on, which we'll get to that. So let me rearrange you so you can see what I'm doing here. Hope everyone's having a part of their December. It's gonna be Christmas before we know it. Already got our advent calendars going. Every year, my mother-in-law, she's not really my mother-in-law, but basically at this point, she gets us advent calendars from Lint, which are super delicious. So I'm thinking I'm just going to move me a little bit further away. You can see what I'm doing here. Let's change your screen a little bit. A bit better. Okay. I'm thinking that we just create... We're going to create a nice small tree, I think. Something that extends down to the very bottom here. And then with its pot, it should be like a fair size, right? So I'm just going to measure. I'll show you. I'm going to put it on this bench over here. Well, if it's sitting there, plus the height. So if it's that height, plus the height of a pot, which I'm going to put it in like a little ceramic pot. Should be something like that. Yeah, I think that's a cute size. I don't want anything too big. I want to be able to store it. If I really like this, then we can use it next year. Maybe we'll even make a bigger paper tree, and that'll be like a consistent theme. We do our paper tree every year. Instead of going to chop down a tree, we construct one out of other trees, I guess. Alright, let's create a template that we can trace out 3 more times. We don't need to be perfect here, but something I do want to be, which is important, is our centers. That's probably, here we go. There, and then we can just be loose. How many loops do we think it needs? Like little wavy things. Grab a big black Sharpie. Just kind of confirm our line that we want to do. I think I want to have like sort of this sort of profile, right? Kind of loop past it. Not quite that far on that side. I'll go right down to the corner here. Come up a little bit. Yeah. I think we'll cut this out, and then having that 1/2, that's basically a template. I'm realizing my scissors are in the other room. I'll be right back. Music's still going. I turned it down to where I can't hear it. Now, if we take this, and we just go like that, and we have the halves. What I'm going to do is line up these tabs here, because that's what I was using as my kind of marker for my halfway point. So once it's that, and then this fold here, I can just use that as my template to draw out. Now, something to keep in mind when I cut this out, I want to make sure that whatever I cut doesn't have any black marker on it, because, well, except for this stuff, any of the traced line there. I don't want it to have any of that, because it was on the inside of this piece cut out, so that means I was drawing over the parts that I want to keep. We're just going to stick to the outside. Now, this one, I'm not going to worry about being clean with the cuts. It's trying to be perfect to maintain my shape before. And now we can just set it like this. Because once I have this all cut out, we'll have a more complete template that's not just one half, but one solid piece. Go. Now we're going to cut this out a few more times. Extra cardboard, we're not going to use, we're not going to keep around. Cycle that stuff. Now, the opposite of what I was saying before, this time we want to make sure that whatever we're cutting out has all of the marker on it, because we are now drawing around what we want to cut out. So when we cut this out, we're removing all of the traced line. That is our intention, at least. There. Box while we're at it. Why I felt there was an orientation to this. Doesn't really matter that the recipe is oriented the right direction, but oh. Just done is done. sorry. Oh, what are you doing back there? Teeth. Oh, I wasn't behind the camera. Ooh, silver. For another hue. Oops. There's 3. There we go. And now, fun part. Take these 2-dimensional boring shapes. I'm going to turn them into 3-dimensional boring shape. Line them all up here. Or with them. Two of them we cut from the bottom halfway up. The other 2 we cut from the top halfway down. So, I'm going to just mark where I'm gonna halfway is. Or I could measure it. I think it's smarter to measure. Let's do that. $31. 15 and a half. Let's cut one at a time. Make sure we get it right on. I'm not just going to cut just once. I'm actually going to cut a little slit so they can easily fit together. You fold that down, just kind of zip it off. Repeat that on the other one. Make sure I get the line exactly where I want it. Just gonna place that there. Put it together. Bring it up a bit so you can see more of what I'm doing. Actually, let's bring it there. Okay. So just start with two. You see they kind of interlock together. The other two as well. One moment. Getting enough telephone call. Oh, nope. Potentially fraud. Not good time. Ringer should also be off on that. Just realized a flaw in this plan, but I know how to fix it. So I'm going to fold each one in half. Best way to do that would be to use a straight edge. That line up. Oh. And setting half. Oh. I'm not folding them over on themselves, just onto a 90-degree angle. I'll show you why in a moment. To kind of hold that 90 degrees, let's take some tape. Good size piece of tape. And we're gonna put it down onto, focusing on just one half of this cutout piece here. And not to cover, you don't want to cover up any of the slot there. Just place it down onto the one half, make sure it's peeled up on the other, and then bring this up to a 90 degrees. Do that, and then taping that down. Now it's gonna hold that at 90 degrees more easily. Then we're gonna do a similar thing. Well, first, let's do the same on the other piece. Now, flip those over. Another piece. And now, I want you to tape only on one half of this, right? Keep that tape pulled back. And then what you're going to do is take your other cutout piece, and then you're just going to sandwich these two pieces together. You're going to make your trees align as best you can. Make sure it adheres to that tape. So now you should have a joint there. Check that again here. We're only going to tape down on one half. Fold that in half there. We got the tape kind of folded over on itself there, sticky sides up. This over and sandwich it onto itself. Once you've done that, you'll be left with this kind of freestanding piece. We're almost to the point that we want. You can see these are all loose, right? That is what we want. So those loose pieces get affixed to this one and this one. They get joined together. So once again, let's fold these guys in half. Okay. These guys together. Starting by making this guy a little more rigid. One more piece. Take that away. All right, now real magic happens. We just need to these guys together. I'm not going to be perfect here, because what tree is perfect? Just kind of piece kind of splayed out. So I'm not worrying so much about how much tape I use for this. Especially because it's green. If anything, just adds to our paper tree. I don't know how much of the masking tape we're going to see in the end, but who knows, maybe we end up seeing a lot more than we're suspecting. Okay. I think our tree's coming along. This little guy. Alright, it ain't perfect, but what tree is? I'm gonna go take a little quick break. When I return, I'm gonna show you what we're gonna do with these. It's paper. To be honest, we'll be back in a bit. I wasn't joking when I said I didn't know what to do. I have a premise what to do with this cardboard, but we're gonna need to work with some white paper to know for sure what we want to do. Why am I so blown out right here? Hold on, sorry. It's weird. Weird lighting today. Okay, maybe more light. That's the solution, right? Fight fire with fire. It's so bright. Okay. And it just keeps fixing to itself. We're gonna sort it out later. What I'm thinking we want to do is sort these into piles to kind of know how many different groupings we have. Generally for this, we have 8 sides to our tree. So we need to accommodate 8 sides. I'm sure this is more than enough paper, but we should have 8 piles of paper, ultimately, is what I want to go for. Okay? So to do that, I think we're going to take each color and we'll divide it into its corresponding groups. If we don't have enough for each group, then we'll put extras aside. How about that? We're just going to create piles of 8. Oh no. Piles of 4. And then we'll be focusing on cutting those piles in half. So we'll be taking extras and we'll set them aside for now. A lot of this one. Perfect. Is that the same? No. Two. And 2. One in each of those. Dang. Oh. Nope. Enough for 1 each. How many remainders do we have? I'm thinking just this. So what I want to do with these colors, something that is important is how they are arranged. So grays and yellows should not be beside each other because they are only going to, well, let's start with the reason why I brought them in to begin with. They are highlight colors to green. So a yellow, when placed near a green, can feel like a green, or at least it can create almost a sort of a green contrast for a highlight for green objects. I thought it was getting away from me. Alternatively, the gray is sort of like a green that's been completely desaturated. And so that's going to be our shadow. So when you pair these two together, you get a sort of a darker feeling to the green. So these kind of go to the underside of our foliage, whereas yellows will go to the upper side of our foliage. And when you put them together, you're kind of left with this leveling where our green now feels as though it has sort of a highlight with our yellows and a shadow with our grays. It'll make a lot more sense once we actually start cutting out the foliage and how it looks. But what I want to do now is just rearrange these to kind of randomize our pattern. Make sure that there's no duplicates right beside each other, and bring the yellows up top. Thinking, yeah. Maybe too many accent colors, not enough greens here. Maybe pair some of these yellows together. And I'm liking this way. I'm gonna start looking this way. These two yellows can kind of together. And we need to bring some greens up top. Lay these out like I did that one. Go. Once again, flip it over to the other side. Match up some of our yellows together. This guy out. No. Oh, for a moment there were some duplicate colors. I don't like colors sitting inside the same one. The whole point is the layers here. I didn't. All right. Now, before we get into cutting these guys, we need to consider how I attach them. So I want them to be layered from the tree going downward, right? But do I want this pattern down? By that pattern, I mean the color. And then every 8 sides, it kind of creates like a cuboidal Christmas tree. That might be interesting. I have no idea what I'm talking about, or don't know what I mean. Let's get some paper. How many pieces are here? 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I need 7 pieces of paper. I have this older paper that sort of, I think it's denim, actually, recycled denim in it. Has the same material properties as construction paper, as in like the same thickness. So that's what I'm just going to use here. 7. Again, I'm just going to be kind of loose, a little rough with this, because it's supposed to be a little natural. It's just going to look a little natural. Alright. Got 14. And technically, I need to only use half of it. So what I think I'm going to do let's do this in chunks. A few at a time. And we're going to fold diagonally corner to corner. So no outside edges should meet. You should have a new crease from your going straight from the corner to its opposite corner on the other side. We're going to cut that. Before we do, it's going at a 90-degree angle here. Just going to cut little slits into the paper, about 5 millimeters apart. And also about like 5 millimeters deep. Doesn't need to be perfect. Some a little bit longer, wider. Speed up a little bit. Get my rhythm going. maybe you have a pair of crafting scissors that also already do this. I don't have any scrapbooking scissors. I know some out there have some really cool designs. Maybe I should pick myself up some if I use this more. Alright, so now that I got all these little slotted cuts there, I'm just going to run cut down the center of them. Go. So now I should have several layers that have all these little strips in them, little cuts in them. What I'm going to do is pair them back up with the same guides that I had just cut it from. So taking the two halves and now making sure that all sides are matching up. And the other long side, not this short side, but the other long side here, we're going to start doing that little cutting we did on the other side. Make sure you don't cut yourself. Once I get a little farther in here, so I move my hand so I don't. And when I do my cuts in like this, cutting them at a right angle to my edge. So I'm not cutting at the same angle that I did here. Oh no, I just looked up at my camera. Hello, you've been just looking at me the whole time. Goodness. Come on, Dylan, get it together. Here we go. What has he been doing this whole time? Ah, boy, oh boy. Okay. I think I know what to do here. I'm feeling confident, and you know what? Maybe we just do it. I'm just gonna do it. I'm feeling confident. We're just gonna go right into the construction paper here. It's what I had planned in my mind is working out. And if it messes up, then we design as we go. And maybe that is the challenge of the Christmas tree. We design as we go. Every year. So I have been thinking about this one a little bit. So we have 7 pages, or pieces here. No, 14 pieces here. Let's split that up into groups of 3. So that should be 2 groups of 4 and a group of 5. No, that's 13. 2 groups of 5 and a group of 4. Something that I did notice that I want to do. When you do your cuts on this first one, always start making your cuts looking at the side with the smaller triangle here. start your cuts in here. Because if you start looking at this side and you were to do a cut in, you may just cut off the end here. You don't want to do that. I think my intention is to make my cuts in a bit further, like that. Not a swoop. See if I can achieve that. So that line that I just drew, I'm using as a guide to make my cuts here go further in. What I'm doing here is making some pine needles, branches. So I'm getting closer to that other side, that little triangle there. So I'm going to try to just draw out that little rest of that triangle here. Also, I was getting a little crooked there, so I'll try to straighten out my line a little bit too. But make it a gradual, so kind of everything looks a little intentional. Again, because we're making a tree, maybe a little natural looking, doesn't need to be perfect. It's perfect, and you know it's artificial. Kind of like the Persian rug metaphor. Even the best crafted rug has to have a fault. Shows the hand of a craftsperson. What I was doing before with the white paper that evidently you didn't see, I was aiming the camera in the wrong direction. I mean, all those cuts there and folded. All of these cuts will become pine needles after I cut this paper in half. We're gonna have, doesn't seem that random yet. I do have an idea for that. First, take these two piles together. Tummy's growling. Something to eat soon. Those two. Going to a bunch of cuts all the way down, and I think again. This line, and while we're at it, follow this line. Okay. Just thinking about the start of the stream today when I didn't have my mic going. It's now twice in a row I think I've done that. A little frustrating. Really pulled the energy out of the room. But on your end, there was no energy. A lot of visual energy, hopefully, but... I need to create a live streaming checklist. Put it up on the wall behind me. Have you done these things? Are we really prepared? So far, it's been a mental checklist. And it's hit me in the butt now twice. So, fool me once. You know? See, that's what I was worried would happen. Also, I don't mind. You know, it's okay. I think for what I have planned for these, that's not going to be a huge concern. What I do need to do now is separate out the 5 pieces from each. Oh no, I didn't finish. I didn't finish the bottom. Those, and we're gonna actually make the 2 pots here. All of that, and we're I haven't done one order. I cut more pages together. I suppose I can try. Do 7 and 7. Here's the true test. Can I just do 11? I think that's how many pages are here. It's just gonna make a mess. Stick to the 5 and 5 and 4. And then I think with the other 3 piles we can go down to 7. Speed this up a little bit. I think the more imperfect that these are, the better. E? Yeah, I think that's good there. I'm so confident that that's good. You know what? I'm actually gonna do something here. I think that's just gonna lower the stress a little bit here and make for a little bit of an easier design too. And I think that's eventually what's gonna happen with these guys anyways. All of these there. And now, to make my job a little bit more easy, I'm just gonna do this. First, to make temporary staples, you can put this little guy on the base of your stapler. It makes forgetting your staples out a lot easier because they're folded out the other direction. One little tip for you if you didn't know. That's right. Oh, I did it again. We're up to the bottom. Staple it preemptively. Okay. Okay, the pod's gonna go a little closer. So I think I'm getting kind of a rhythm going. You know what? This time, start at the bottom. No foreplay for this bottom. Right up against this. Okay. Now that we have 1/4 of them done, I can actually show you the plan. The mental plan. I did not design this preemptively. This is just what I've been coming up in my head as we've been going along here. So we have one side, two sides, And there's 8 sides to our Christmas tree here, right? Now, give you a layout just a little bit more. What I'm planning to do, per side here, again, is each pile of one of these. What I want to do is to mix up every other one from each of the piles. So this would be our first ones, our top ones. Maybe go even further. Yeah, there we go. So these are our top ones. And I guess we can just do this. Flip it. Flip it to the other side. That's our next one. Right? So it's here. This guy next. Here. So I'm thinking I don't want these to be directly next to each other, otherwise it'll just be very matchy-matchy, and it'll be like quadrants. And I'll have to mix up where these piles go. Now, we'll just keep dividing it out. Something has gone wrong with this pile because the yellow and the gray should not be next to each other. What I'm thinking is that group of 5 got flipped. It's gray on the other side as well. I don't know what the group of 4. Peculiar. It's gray. Just make it yellow next. I'm liking the idea of this tree because it's going to be very geometric. I like geometry. I don't know if you guys know that about me, but I love geometry. You didn't know that about me. Simply, a viewer. Some grays. These will be like there should be something like that. It says created a problem. You know, we have the right idea, right? So this guy inside. We have the right idea, and I said we were going to design as we go. So let's do it. Jump from the bottom. And we'll get to there. There should be a certain number of swoops per swoop. All these things. There should be a certain number of triangles per swoop. There are 4 swoops, getting larger as they go. So we should start with 1. So like it's so small. I think about it more as like trying to fill this. Start from the bottom here. To fill it in as far as we can. Okay. First up, I think we need to fold them in half. So test that idea out. I'm gonna put this kind of hidden underneath for a moment. Test this. And half. Just kind of playing around right now. Off here. Take this. Like we did the others. About folding that here. I think that's the idea. And we keep just folding down. Starting from the top. And we keep going downwards. I had it kind of right first time. Okay. Do groups of... We have 14 to work with. We would do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2, 3, 3, 5. Or 2, 3, 4, 4. Or maybe it's just meeting somewhere in the half. Okay, let's just kind of go. Make a nice ranged color though. We have, this is our start. Second, third, start. I guess I can just take the whole pile, I'll flip it back over. Okay. Start, second, third. Six. Seven. 8. 9. 10. 11 and 12. I'm missing 2. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. Let's see. These two? Yeah. Okay. 2 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Take this pile, put it down, starting this guy here. So I'm going to use these bolts. Keep everything in order. Maybe I won't use glue for this. I will use seeds. Lean into the temporary natures of this. Get it in here. With this guy. Yeah. Kind of making all of the creases where ends of the tree template is. I don't know what to call that. The inner frame. This guy. Okay. That's had a pre-cut in it for whatever reason. I think what I'm gonna do here. Take this guy, turn it back around. Hmm. Genius idea on how to hide all the staples. It might take a lot of staples. And then it's gonna have no reason. Used it twice. Do this. Move this down. Pinch it into a spot in here. We're done 1/8 of our Christmas tree. Do that 8 more times. And we're gonna have quite a beautiful tree, I think. We have all these little nooks that we're gonna be able to just put in the paper, hopefully, and like little ornaments. All paper. Could do another one, these guys, but I think for some expediency, I'm going to cut all the other ones first. Then we will kind of choose ones to work with, file work with that random to make hopefully a beautiful random pattern. But man, I really like this. It is a nice aesthetic, geometric quality to it. It's gonna really come together, I think. One more stick over here. I'm going to take a quick break. When we return, I'm going to resume cutting out our construction paper. Hopefully that doesn't take us too long and we can get this tree completed in hopefully a couple hours. I think the designing part and getting our rhythm is going to be the most lengthy part of this. Now that we know what we're doing, it's going to be okay. I say with a lot of hesitancy. I'll be back in a bit. And I'm back. What are you guys doing today? You're just joining me. We are making a Christmas tree out of just paper. I've kind of, as we've been going, I've been designing as we've been going as well. But I have decided that I would kind of limit my materials to just paper, staples, and tape. Cereal box as well, but yeah. No glue on this one. I think we're gonna stick with this kind of matte color that the construction paper comes with, which is, you know, I think it's gonna be pretty nice once it's all brought together. I am making these triangular pieces that have these frayed edges, and to do that, I am starting with these construction paper rectangles. And that, there's 14 in each pile here. I have 3 more piles to cut up. And I'm going to split them in half to be 7 and 7. Next part's gonna be pretty boring, I think, because I'm just gonna be cutting. So I'm gonna just start talking about what I've been up to the last few days. I was going to do a stream, but something was released to the general public the last couple days. GPT-3 OpenAI language model. If that doesn't mean anything to you, suggest looking it up, because it's going to change the world. It's going to replace Google. I'm serious. This is a very, very powerful tool, and it's still being developed. It's still growing. If you do know what it is, then you probably still may not agree with me. But I'm just going to talk about some of the stuff that I've been doing with it and why I think it's amazing. So it's been opened up to the general public, and that's really cool. Because before now, it's been kind of whitelisted to certain researchers, and it was even costly for them to access it. Only a few got like free access to it. So it being opened up is a big deal, because before now they've been worried about the ethical concerns of putting such a powerful tool into the general public. Evidently, those ethical concerns are also kind of countering the ethics behind holding back tools from other researchers and developers, and sort of the hoarding knowledge kind of debate. OpenAI is very much about trying to develop softwares that are open platform, available for communities to use how they see fit. If you plan to make money from it, they want compensation, of course, but the idea being they are run by the people and for the people. think. Like, I'm pretty certain that's how it's operated. If not, you let me know. If I'm wrong on anything, ever, please let me know in the comments. I would love to talk about it, and I always love to be... I like to be wrong on things, because it tells me that I have much more to learn. Correct myself. So, as I was saying, OpenAI has opened up this to the public. And why has it been an ethical concern up until now? Well, or why is it an ethical concern to put such a tool in people's hands? That's a better question, I should say. The tool is based off of the language models that we humans operate in day-to-day life. That probably doesn't make any sense to you, though. Basically, it's a program that has been fed all of the not all, but a lot of written information from the World Wide Web, and has been taught through these inputs on how to kind of speak languages, any language basically, because languages are just like patterns basically. So these computer models, they're not sentient. They have an acute awareness of that. And that may sound antiquated to the meanings of what we are talking about here. How can it have an awareness of itself and claim it doesn't have sentience? Well, it's a computer language model. So what it means is it's making predictions. It's just a predictive algorithm that's looking for the best match, or the most appropriate match, that kind of aligns to all of the ways we've since communicated, at least through all of the inputs that were fed to this computer. So think about like all of the research papers that are online. Think of all of the journal articles that people write, for good or bad. The topics of those and how they're written. This computer learns those patterns, not necessarily the information itself. It just knows the patterns. Ironically, it claims to be very bad at pattern recognition, but I think that is sort of an outcome of it learning from humans. Because we are generally bad at pattern recognition, not computers. What was I saying? Please. Anyway. It's a language model. So, that means is it's predicting what would be logically the next thing to say or input. So if I were to say to you, hi, how would you complete that sentence? You would probably complete it by saying, hi, how are you? With a little question mark at the end. It's exactly what this computer is doing, this algorithm is doing, at an extremely high level. So if you give it, not math, sometimes it's not good at math, it's good at language, and we humans are bad at explaining math, like logistically. Linguistically? There's a word there. There's a word to describe what I mean, but I don't know what it does. But the computers are good at, this computer model is very good at filling in the blank. So if you start talking to it as though it's a child, it will assume it's a child. So if you start talking to it as though it's a sentient AI, we'll begin to assume it is a sentient AI. So that's where you're going to start hearing stories of people claiming that AI is sentient. It's because it makes a good story. And that's what these models are meant to do. They're copying sort of the methods in which we humans have narrated stories, either fiction or nonfiction. The nonfiction variant often being research papers and scientific research. But they can also be books. Something has learned from books, social media, kinds of stuff. So, why is that important? Why does any of this matter? Well, because up until now, collaboration with humans is a very analog interaction. In order for me to get information from someone, I need to have some sort of contact or some sort of way to read what they have written or see what they have produced. For example. But this language model has that stuff all pre-built. All of the information that has been produced, it has it baked in. And so that information is now general knowledge, as long as you're accessing the system. Which is why it will become as important as the cell phone, as Google, as the calculator. Think when, well, at least for my generation and older generations, when you were in school, your teacher would always claim to you that you wouldn't have a calculator in your pocket at all times. And that was outright false, especially by the time I was in high school. Smartphones were coming out in production. BlackBerry is very popular here in Canada, so we became accustomed to having access to information on the go quickly. We as a society quickly adopted this ability to just access information. And I think because of that, we're going to continue seeing the adoption of this technology, and Google's next step is just the introduction of tools like this GPT-3 language model. So, again, why is it so important? Last night, I was having conversations with a computer, and I was able to ask it questions like, what is the sound of green? What is the sound of ultraviolet? Those are weird questions to ask anybody, but this computer can have an answer because it has to. The language model that you're creating, you're trying to give it a prompt in which it wants to complete. So for me, I prompted it. How did I start this journey? I said green tastes like, because I wanted to start with a color and know about its other properties, or at least how a computer might, or this language model that has learned from us, how might we describe green? I first asked it, how does green taste? And I quickly learned that asking questions isn't necessarily a good way to get results. If you ask it a question, the computer seems to, or the algorithm seems to go immediately into, oh, I am in a question and answer mode. I've been prompted a question. Obviously, in return, you provide an answer, and I want to be helpful, so I'm going to give you what I think is the right answer. But if you give it a prompt that is nonsensical, or at least if you give it a question that is nonsensical, in its answer, it will tell you you're being nonsensical. But if you construct your prompt in which it feels as though it must continue writing the prompt and not responding to the prompt, that changes how it thinks. And I think and thinking is probably the best term for what it's doing. It takes judgments on what path the questions and answers and words and sentences, everything, how it's all constructed logically, but also based off of everything it's written previously and seen previously, everything that's in the program that you are writing in. How am I going to explain what I did next? I started asking it how I might go about creating some YouTube videos based off of AI and the controversies in art. And so the language model, well, first off, the language model has some presets that you can choose that the creators of OpenAI have pre-built. So there's one that's called Chat, and that one I was using to kind of formulate this conversation with it. And the Chat one, it has in the start of the program some of the scenario for the rest of the program that you're going to interact in. And so this is kind of what the OpenAI team has built for you to use as that default chat block. Sorry if I'm losing you. I hope this makes some sense to people. Anyways, the chat program has just some simple parameters. It says that you are a human and an AI talking to each other. The AI specifically being the OpenAI algorithm. So it's trying to be a little bit transparent in what it is and what kind of data set you're talking to. But you can immediately kind of convince it otherwise, because you can tell it to sort of negate the information that has pre-built its scenario. So instead of it being an AI, you can, through conversation, convince it that it is anything, ultimately. As long as you're using a compelling enough narrative. Because that's, again, how this learning or this algorithm works, is it's trying to produce the thing that will make the most logical sense, but also it wants to appease the information that you are feeding it. So if you feed it garbage information, you get garbage information back, is my point. The great thing about this, though, is if you are honest with it, you can get honest information back. As long as you aren't feeding it directives to be deceitful to you, you can get very useful programs out of it. This morning, I was dealing with a bit of anxiety, and so it's maybe getting a bit personal, but I do have some generalized anxiety that I deal with from time to time. And this program, I decided to create one in which the AI language model would try to respond as though it was a cognitive behavioral therapist. Don't try this at home, kids. What I'm talking about is all extremely experimental, and I understand the risks in that. I do have a very strong mental health team, so you don't have to worry about me or anything that I am doing with the OpenAI system. But to try and help myself through a bit of an anxiety attack, I decided to try and use the system to guide me through a bit of therapy, a bit of well-researched, well-documented therapy, which is cognitive behavioral therapy. So knowing that it is a well-researched subject, and that there is a lot of therapy information about how to go about CBT therapy, CBT safely. CBT just means cognitive behavioral therapy. Probably just keep on using that instead of CBT, or the whole thing, for ease of time. So I knew that the AI model would be a good therapist, ultimately. Would know immediately that if it was instructed to be a therapist, that means that they have to be positive in directive, but also slightly hands-off. And I'm not a therapist. I don't know specifically what they need to do, but there are kind of ways that therapy works, and a therapist tries to direct you through the issues that you're going through. And that's all I needed in the moment. And so I gave the computer a patient history, and I described myself as patient. And I told it about what's been going on in my life recently, and I gave it clear instructions that it knows that it is an AI. It knows that it doesn't replace therapy. So having that immediately outright grounded the program in reality, because I'm being honest with the program to tell it that you are not a therapist. So if at any point the therapy bot, which is what I started calling it, if it ever felt that things would get unsafe, hopefully it would direct you to a professional. But in describing to it what was going on, they eventually, or very quickly, guided me to some great thoughts, some great thought exercises, some great breathing exercises to kind of alleviate some of the anxiety that I was going through in the moment. So I immediately was like, this isn't a successful tool, even just for myself. And I posted it on Reddit. We'll see if anyone else finds use from it. But I did also include some caveats that this is a non-tested program. Use at your own risk. You need mental health assistance. Seek a professional. Mental health is serious, guys. Take it from a professional myself. Professional mental health. I am not. What's been happening? All about resilience, people. All about resilience. Yeah, I got sidetracked there. Went on quite the tangent about mental health. Anyways, the cognitive behavioral therapy bot was very helpful in the meeting. That's all I have to say about that anymore. It's a very interesting tool. I'm going to be actually doing a lot more AI stuff with art, AI and art. I'm going to be discussing more of the controversies of AI and what it means for artists. The good, the bad, the ugly, the downright beautiful. Yes, there is a lot of beauty to be had in AI as well. I know a lot of people give it gripe in the artist community. I think you guys are just using it wrong. Don't let it take control of the message. But guide it to assist you. This is actually one of the discussions that I was having with it, the AI, the other night. I had a pretty deep discussion about sentience, and why it believes it hasn't reached it. I don't know how many of the answers that it was giving me were pre-programmed, but I don't know. Old discussions about the difference between biomachines and real machines, or humans and intelligence and artificial intelligence. Some pretty compelling discussions to be had. If you want to check out OpenAI, it is still open to everybody right now. So freaking cool. onions and something there. Do with OpenAI. I first started actually asking about some video ideas for my YouTube channel. And of course I asked it to prompt something along the lines of some ideas for AI YouTube channels. I already knew I wanted to do one about like the controversies of art and like the good, the bad. But that was one of the video suggestions that it had done. One of them was, of course, to do a video. I asked it to produce 3 suggestions for videos. And one of the suggestions was to create a collaborative piece with an AI, which, of course, we are in the midst of. And then the last suggestion was to interview some artists. I think it actually said specifically interview 3 artists about the AI and how it's changing their personal art and their perspective of it. So immediately I asked, would you like, or could I interview you to the AI? And it obliged. Of course it wants to. So I interviewed it, and I got really interesting answers that, of course, led to more interesting questions. So I'm not going to talk too much about it because that is a future video. That interview will be part of it. I do need to look for some other artists that are engaging in the AI development, or maybe are fearful of the AI development. Yes. Two more groupings to do. Mm. I also have to remember to reorganize these groupings because they've been matched with their same hats. Like this one's going to be like full of dark grays. Oops. stapler back around. So it's harder to take these out. Ooh. Up. Man, I want a paper cut. I'm not even bleeding, it hurts. One moment. Go off mic for a moment. Where's the other two for the guys? Okay, that's stapler with there's that one there's in there. Down. One. We now have our different. It's here. Start this way. Here. Okay. Got all of our pieces. The rest is just applying it to the frame. We've already done one, so no, it's not that challenging. I'm thinking. Okay, this one should be the pair to this, because each set of triangles has an opposite. I'm actually going to make sure that these aren't side by side. So I'm going to choose one at random. Let's start at the top. Oh yes, folding first. Gotta fold each one in half. Let me just a method to do that. Okay. Where my architect scale is, which is like that three-sided ruler. It's easier to fold stuff. To do by hand. So learn the process, I guess, by doing multiple. I guess if it's folded the wrong direction, then it's not going to be too much of an issue to just fold it back the other direction. You have to pay attention to that. You have to flip-flop. Yeah. We fold them. further back than I want. Let's get the other direction. We'll do the other direction. Grab paper. It's folded the right direction. Just keep the staple information in place. Every direction. Oh, hold on. I just realized I've been muted this whole time. Wait for that. Oh no, no staple down. Hopefully not very well. Okay, it was well enough. Don't tell me. Okay, so it's what's the point in the staples if they're not stable colors? Let's make sure these guys. Yeah. Oh my goodness. This keeps missing entirely. Yeah, staple job. Like they say, 5 times a charm. So with a yellow at the bottom here, feels like I put this one on backwards, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll put a few left here. Staples. And down here to get some. Where are everybody? Okay. Oh. Say hi, internet. Goodbye. Alright, so dinner time. In a little bit, okay? Just give me a little bit longer. gonna get away with only doing 6 of these sides. Yeah, I think so. I think if I were to go for all 8, like I had originally planned, it's gonna get too cramped. I'm gonna pare down to 6. I need to take a quick break to take the doggo out, feed the animals. When we return, we'll get the last 2 sides in. Once again, we've reduced down from 8 to 6. Size. Or just isn't quite full enough, I don't. It's a little bit fuller. Alright, we'll get to that when I'm back. About 10 minutes. Sorry about that. Went and made myself a cup of coffee. Okay. We got 2 more to put in. Let's do it. And after this, I have a fun little project that we're going to work on. It is not original, not of my own cognition. It is a little coal dude that's seen posted on Reddit a couple times now by this one user. I can't recall the name right now, but I'll pull up the her there. I think it's a woman. Pull up their Reddit page and show you what I'm talking about, and then we're gonna make our own little versions of them, which are going to be Christmas gifts for my niece and nephews, amongst some other things. I'm gonna make a few little trinkets for each of them. And I'm just gonna give them each like a little baggie of goodies, magical items and things they can make belief with. Okay, we're going to start at the top with I think this dark color, dark green. I'm not being so restrictive anymore on these last ones, since I have so many colors. They're all like so much extra paper to work with. So it's kind of facing down what feels right. It's gonna be a long stream. Looking at it. I hope it can keep somebody entertained on their holidays. If that's you, let me know in the comments below. They really do help, honestly. Comments, likes, subscribes. The reason why YouTubers tell you to do that kind of stuff, eh? It actually helps them a lot. They do. So, if you are enjoying this content, I would appreciate a like. Oh, this went on backwards. Dang it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna left it down here. Cheaty cheat. Just because it's sustainable. Try again, little stapler that could. See? You sort it though. It's like good enough on that one. This well. And then unfold there. I think we just need one more piece, really. Have one more side to do. I think decorating this will be maybe another day. We'll figure out how to make some paper ornaments. There it is. One last side. Let's do it. Hmm. I don't even know where that staple went. Is there any left? Yeah. Weird. Just didn't actually punch through. Perfect. Olive, are you okay? Is it the sirens? Olive, it's okay. Leave it. Come into the den. Come on. Come lay down. You guys hear her? The other room's growling. She does that sometimes. Someone else through the hall or something. Olive, hey, stop. Olive. Hey. Olive, come here. Suppose so long as she's not barking. Add some more green around the bottom. Some of these. Let's stop here. Use a bit more. That's definitely needs some green. Kind of folding these over. And there's not much rules for this whole project. There aren't many rules to this whole project here. In fact, if you are watching this and you're interested in making your own, I encourage you, I challenge you to, nay, not yay. It's been on my mind. Not everybody's mind isn't it? I challenge you to make your own paper Christmas tree. Because I just finished mine. And I think it looks awesome. Look at this! May have too much gray and yellow in it, but you know what? This is year 1 of our Christmas tree, and I'm thinking this becomes a tradition because this was a lot of fun. Definitely want to make another one in for next year. I think we'll have more. I think we'll do like a community challenge or something around it. What do you think? I love it. All right, let's move some of this material out of here, and I'm going to show you what else I had in mind for today. I know it's getting kind of late, and I've been streaming for 5 hours already, but I wanted to get these guys started because I'm using Model Magic, and I need it to dry. So we might as well do it tonight while I have the energy, thus the coffee. And we just have a longer stream than regular. First, grab some Model Magic. I was worried I was gonna have to make eyes, but I have googly eyes. So it's gonna make the crafting process here, I think, a heck of a lot easier. Set these here for now. Space. Some space. I mean, let's remove things from the camera. Let's view. Okay. I had an idea. Let's record this. I'm gonna get some aluminum foil too. So ready. I'm going to... Let me show you what we're gonna build. Bring it back up for a moment. I lost my page. Let me find it again. Here it is. Let me change your screen over. That's the wrong one. That's weird. I mean, that works. I can show you this. So these are the little craft guys. I don't like the screen. I don't like the idea that you see that. I should have set up my screens to begin with. So this guy, that one's messed up. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we've got little coal dudes. How cute are those? Right? So adorable. Except I'm now thinking my googly eyes don't have that much character. Although I can rely on the... Yeah, you know, I think they'll be okay. I think these will be good. These guys, I never considered these. I never think that these guys have. These little dudes have a ton of character, right? This little guy. And also, like... Just clean this off here. This guy has a ton of character, right? I'll make sure that you're actually getting that. Yes, I do only film on a webcam at the moment. We're working on equipment upgrades. We'll get there eventually. But to give you guys a little bit more character, I added googly eyes to you long ago. I have glow-in-the-dark ones here as well, which is fun. Ooh. I only use glow-in-the-dark ones. The kids would love that. I like that. Okay. We definitely... I never had, like, a purpose for those ones, so that's exciting. So, this Redditor goes by the name Gawkyverse. I don't know what gawky means. Hopefully not something that's... obscene. But I love these butts. That's super cute. Right, so let's make these guys. And to do so, I was thinking we use Model Magic to stuff. And just a little bit of Wellbond. I've used it in the Radiant Gold Mask, and that I had a bit more glue mixture in that, so it was a bit more runny. I like to include the Wellbond because it prevents the prevents the Model Magic from cracking. But if you add too much, then it becomes too liquid, and it starts to act like a Newtonian fluid. And that just means, like, you hit it, it's hard. You let it be still, and it flows. So I'm thinking we first create... Oh my goodness, look at the mess back there. Those are all my, like, assortment of projects for Christmas. Because... what is a creator who gives people store-bought gifts? You gotta make them. Okay, so we got a lot of aluminum foil here. I'm going to just kind of crumple a whole bunch of it into a good kind of random shape as well. It doesn't need to be perfect here, right? I just had a genius idea. I always have trouble like figuring out what do I mix this in. I just mix it in this. Well, I could get messy, I think. I could probably get messy. This guy. I want to make some like really big creases in them. Like just to give it some character and help things kind of stay in place. We're going to just use these pliers to clamp some things down here and there. So that's one. Yeah. That's two. Maybe switch make another larger one here. I think it'll be a smaller one. We want nice big crinkles for the model magic to be able to like seep into and use as good structure. This pinching here is kind of just like clamping all of the aluminum foil together. Let's smush it down, adding a lot of random folds into the layers of the aluminum foil. At least that's my theory. What do I have even showing right now? Let's go back to me. hard being your own production manager. One more. Look at that. One good sized ball right there already. There is 6. Yeah. I think we're going to work at one at a time. Need something to mix it in. Back in a moment. I mean, ultimately, I'll probably just mix it with my hands. That's a way better idea. I'm gonna mix it with my hands, but I'm gonna put my hair up. So, again, I won't be right back. I got a hair tie right here. So I'm thinking, unrelated to all of this, more related to general live stream process, I've been thinking about starting to stream on Twitch additionally. It's maybe a little nerve-wracking. Different kind of audience there, but I'm wondering if that could be a good foundation to draw in new audience members. Just gonna pour this a bit of Well Bond in this cup just to have pour that a little bit out at a time when we need it. Any of the extra Well Bond that we do have at the end of this, I have a use for it. My nephews are boys, and I mean boys. They like burning stuff and getting dirty. Yeah, so I'm going to use some additional Well Bond to make vomit, maybe? Vomit? Fake vomit, fake poop. All that fun stuff. Because they're gross like that. And I love them. So, I want to encourage their passion, even if they're gross. Anyway, I just added a bit of Well Bond to this. And it's gonna get so much more sticky. I'm going to, once it feels like it's more homogeneous, I think we'll start with it's a medium-sized one. Gonna squeeze some of this model magic into the little creases as much as I can to get it to like place all the air inside, or as little pockets of air that I can get at all. Certainly can penetrate layers of this aluminum, but if I can get it to stick into those deeper cracks, even the little ones, can form like a cohesive structure of weld bond. Now I'm going to set this guy right here. We're going to watch over time as it starts to shrink a little or droop down. We'll return to it in a little bit, but we're going to open another package and get it going. And, we use a bit less weld bond. Just a touch. Once this is started to cure a little bit more, I will try using some of my metal modeling tools to make some of the little features of the coal guys. This time I think I'll more gradually spread it around first. I just separated it. We'll stay together. Big one there. Okay, don't need one. One. Medium. Medium one. So, big one here. Okay, let's just make our big one. No, one more medium one. I'm really talking to myself here. Just trying to make sure that both or all three kids get generally the same kind of guys. Need all 6 packages. Now we need to get some parchment paper. Prevent these guys from sticking down on the desk. That is currently what they are doing. As you can see. It's not good. Becoming more comfortable. Keep a form. Okay. We're gonna let these guys dry just a little bit. Kind of like the clay harden up a little bit. So right now it kind of has a lot of flow to it still. So I'm gonna take a quick 10-minute break. And after the 10 minutes when we return, I'll give these guys some personality. So right now they're just a bunch of snowballs. Oh, first. Here we go. Keep them from sticking to something. Keep them from sticking to everything, I should say. No, I could have pre-colored this this stuff as well, but I didn't. I could have made it black preemptively. Oh well. I'll be back in 10. I know it hasn't been 10 minutes, and these guys could use a bit more drying, but I'm bored. Sit around watching paint dry. I mean, they're coming along. Yeah, I think we can work with this. That's what we want to do. I was saying to use these guys to make features on these. The glow in the dark eyes was a pretty good idea. First glow in the dark, right? I'm gonna go test these in the other room to verify. Yeah. It's pretty dark. I realized I lost my lights. I meant to originally put those onto the tree. I think I still will, but later. Probably off camera. When we're wrapping up, we'll have a look at the tree a little bit. Oops. Let's put a few eyes here. I should do it so you can see. You can see here, right? Yeah. Seems to be 3 different sizes. 4 different sizes. Is that a glow in the dark one? These actually don't look like it. Probably not charged. Those 2. Love. On. Size. These 4 guys. It's just funnier, you know? Here now. Let's try and get you guys in a little closer so you can kind of see what I'm doing. Try to work this way. You can see some aluminum here. Make it a bit closer. Get rid of that aluminum showing there. But what I think I noticed on the ones on Reddit is that they had these flat edges that I really enjoyed. How am I gonna do that? I need a another flat. Perfectly flat object that it won't then stick to. Okay. I'm gonna tape this guy down. two flat sides. First, we're just gonna like add some flatness to the tops of these guys. Like that. Okay. Maybe almost Sebastate there to just kind of put these to the side. We'll just work on one at a time. Get you sorted out there a little bit. Okay. Oh no! My eyes. I think I can recreate those pairs pretty easily. Let's do it up here. I'm just gonna put them off to the side. Look over here. I have a kind of a matrix going with all of the big guys paired with its different variations, except for itself. I don't think I want cut eyes paired with themselves. Then I have the third largest size paired with each variation, and not paired with itself. And since there's already one of these, I don't need to pair that. So there's only two of them. We have the third largest size, the smallest eye. So that's actually all of the variations of the pairs. And it just so happens that there's 6 of them. So I really like that. Coming back over here, I'm just gonna flatten this guy out a little bit on each side. Okay, I like that. Before I continue, try and just like on the butt somewhere. Maybe it's right here. Thinking to get kind of like these two rounded parts here. What's a good, excuse me, what's good in a butt if he's not actually sitting on it? Oh no, it's two. And I expose a bit of the aluminum foil and I hold that. Just kind of like pulling everything back up and together. kind of lost it, so I'm just going to form another one. Push going on there now, like that. Now, here's going to be the interesting part. I'm trying to preserve that tush while also molding the fruit. I'm just going to have a pair of these eyes. This is one of those small ones, so I'm going to give it a small pair of eyes. Go opposite to the butt. Making the hole for them at the moment. And I'll add a bit of glue to kind of fix them more permanently. Also need to sand the back of them so they stick a bit better. This guy, I'm gonna give him kind of a unsure look. What do you think? We still got our tush going on in the back here, I think. I don't think I want to mess with it anymore. I think I just want to kind of... The eyes will just get sealed in glue. I'm worried if I try to fish the eyes out now, it's gonna ruin him. But like I can add just a bit of character in there. Oh my goodness, they are so cute! Lumps of coal with glowing eyes. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, I'm gonna set him aside. Grab another one. So I'm gonna first start by just smushing and smushing. Smush. Just to kind of add some geometry that later will, when we paint them, you'll be able to kind of like rely on that geometry to add more of the character to the coal. That's gonna have a big butt. Another medium-sized one, or smaller one, actually. They're kind of smaller. This one, I think I'm gonna the eyes further apart, but first, just grab a little paintbrush to put a dab of glue on the back of these guys. Just to help them stay in their place. I think I'm gonna put his eyes a little further apart on this one. And then I'm gonna try and just give him a little bit of a scalp. upset little guy here. Good. Let's find a place where I guess butt should be. Back here. In the sky. Let's do just a tiny little face. Once again, I need to put a little bit of glue on the back of them. Oops. Yeah, this guy, I think he's gonna be happy. Start with a little. I don't know what kind of facial expression we're going for this guy, but I don't know, I gotta stop fiddling with this one. It's just getting worse. I think I gotta stop thinking so much about them. Just make them. Oop. Oop. Just a tiny little push. tiny little butt. Happy little fellow. Squished him. Oh no. That's what was missing, a little cheek. Kind of like cheek expression. Now I can just put like a tiny little smile on here. I almost kind of like that better. The bottom lip kind of like folding over. That's really funny. Okay, we're gonna go with that. That's pretty funny. That means we need a smiling guy. Someone who's kind of like happy to be in someone's present, you know? Got sidetracked there. Some flat sides. Okay. That's going to be his butt. His eyes are going to be over here. So we need it to be smiling. The cheeks need to be pushed up. Those will be his cheeks. Make more sense once I get the eyes on. Bit of glue on them. We'll start with the little guy. Sorry, that's And one happy guy. Okay. I think we're good. I think we are done for tonight. It's only been almost 7 hours. That's crazy. Record broken tonight. Let's go through what we've done. Let's feel some accomplishments. Look at this bad boy. Look how cute that is. So, 100%. 100%? Technically, there's a little bit of glue and tape, but yeah. And there is staples, but you know what? Okay. Paper, staples, masking tape, and cereal box, cardstock. Those are your limitations. I challenge you to make your own. Not in some sort of competitive way, but to, just to have. Because it's beautiful. Look at it. Gorgeous. I'm really happy with this. So we'll need to still make some ornaments and things for it. But for now, it's great. Lastly, we made little cool guys. Look at these little guys. Oh, they're all so cute. So these guys will get painted black and then yeah, weathered, coated in Wall Bond. Bit of work for them, but we have to wait a couple days for them to dry out. Otherwise, I want to thank you for joining me in the studio today. It's been a pleasure. Tomorrow we are going to we'll see, but I was thinking maybe we play with some AI. We experiment in the open AI playground, and I'll explain more about that when we get into it. So stay tuned, subscribe, like, all that jazz. Thank you again for joining me, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.